Good afternoon and welcome to the Committee on Housing and Economic Development. My name is Senator Chip Curry, and we are going to be convened today for a few things. We're going to be going over the governor's budget. This is our work session on the governor's budget, and then afterward we have scheduled a work session for LD 2173, and then I think we also have some language review. That is our plan for today. If we get started, let's get started, and we'll start with introductions. To my right.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Yusuf Yusuf. I represent District 118, part of Portland.
And to my left.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative John Eder, representing District 136, Alfred, Lyman, and Waterboro.
Hey there, I'm Grayson Lookner, represent House District 113, which is neighborhoods in Nason's Corner, Riverton, and Stroudwater in Portland.
I am Mark Walker, representing District 84, that's Naples, Sebago, Baldwin, parts of Standard.
I am Amanda Collimore. I represent House District 68, Pittsfield, Clinton, Burnham, and Troy, and I serve as the ranking member for the committee.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tracy Gear. I represent House District 134, which is all of Kennebunkport and part of Biddeford and part of Kennebunk. And I am the House Chair of the committee. And I think we will now just jump right into our budget work with our analyst, Lynn Westfall. And we also have our clerk with us today, Sandlin Priest.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought I'd start by telling you what documents I'll be referring to so you can make sure you have them out. The buff colored big packet, which is the actual budget initiatives. You also should have a purple sheet that you got last Tuesday that has the clarifying language from DECD. And then today you should have a yellow sheet that has some of the proposed amendments to Part RRR. And I'll just note that there's an additional provision in here from what I sent you earlier this week, but we'll go through that. Then there's a green sheet that was created by Brian Hubble, thank him very much, which does a crosswalk. So when there's two initiatives that are related, so I'll be referring to that. And then the last document you might want to have out is the white sheet you got on Tuesday from the Maine Office of Community Affairs. It had some of their additional initiatives. So the way I'm going to suggest we go through the budget is we do it by agency, which means you're going to have to flip back and forth sometimes, but I'll give you page numbers and also the language attached to any of the agency initiatives. If you want to vote, for example, if you have two initiatives that are moving money from one place to another, you always have the option to vote multiple initiatives together. And just one last thing, if you could keep in mind that I have to record all of your votes. So particularly when it's not unanimous, the people who are opposed, don't put your hands down too soon because I'm a little slow on the visual. So with that, may I proceed?
Yes.
Okay, so let's start on page 1, which is the Department of Economic and Community Development.
Page 1 buff.
Page 1 buff.
Thank you.
So the first initiative is general funds of $200,000 in fiscal year 26-27. And this is related to the AI Artificial Intelligence Task Force recommendations. I believe you received a report electronically, and maybe hard copies are available. This does not have any related initiative, and this is for training programs and to make small grants to eligible Maine businesses.
Is there a motion?
I move we accept reference 158.
Second. Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed?
Thank you. The next initiative, which is 156, is with respect to the Office of Tourism. And this is based on new revenue forecasts. So it is aligning the allocations of other special revenue funds based on projected expenditures. The total amounts of 615 in fiscal year 25-26. And I do round, I don't do all the numbers, and 636,000 in 26 and 27.
So I want to check in here. If my intention, we have the initiative to pull money out of Office of Tourism to go to Loring. If I'm opposed to that initiative, does that impact this one as well?
No, those are separate
Those are
initiatives.
separate. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Is there a motion?
I move we accept reference item 156.
Second? Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Did I approve? All those, okay, unanimous.
Thank you.
Is Cassie on camera? Oh, thank you. Welcome. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi there, I'm Cassie Julia. I represent HD 65, which is half of Waterville.
And I stepped out of the introduction, so I'm Senator Chip Curry, and I represent all of Waldo County.
So the last initiative for DECD is actually the language, which you were talking about,
Okay.
Senator Curry. That's on page 24, and that's part EE, which is transferring 700,000. I believe this is the one you're talking about, Senator.
Mhm.
700,000 from available balance in the Tourism Marketing Promotion Fund, and transferring it to, and this was part of the language correction. It's not going to the Municipal Investment Fund. It is going to the Maine Economic Development Fund, other special revenue account. And that, if you look at the
And that was
purple,
what was for Loring, right?
that's my understanding, yes.
Yes. Okay. Is there a motion?
I move we accept part EE
As amended by the proposed language.
as amended by the language that the recipient fund is the Maine Economic Development Fund.
Gonna oppose this. I'm gonna be opposing this one. I don't want to see it taken from the tourism board. Is there any discussion?
I don't think you got a second.
Oh, is there a second? It's good. It's gonna be, I mean, everyone's really comfortable. I would say have our vote. I mean, if you'd like to take a quick break for it, we can,
Oh, no,
but
it's-
I will remind everybody, this is going to be a letter to AFA, and it has the weight of that. All right, very good. Moved and seconded. Further discussion? Yep.
I will also be voting against the motion. I do not support taking money from the Tourism Marketing Fund.
Chair Gier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in the spirit of having a little bit of discussion on this one, I think that we all on this committee, myself included, provide enormous and feel enormous support for our tourism efforts. That's an important thing around the state. I think that the thing that I have wrestled with over the last 2 days in thinking about this is that, in fact, this money does not reduce any of the marketing, promotion, and tourism promotion activities that the Maine Office of Tourism does. I met with the office to confirm that, in fact, all of the grant programs, all of the marketing and advertising programs, and all of the research and the regional funds as well will stay exactly the same in the coming year. I understand that there is some concern about this setting some kind of a precedent. For me, it definitely does not set a precedent, but I do understand, based on the vibe around the committee, around the horseshoe here, that there might be some concerns that as we go forward with this particular item, anything that any way that anyone votes, I don't think indicates any kind of an ongoing interest in reducing the amount we spend on tourism promotion. I certainly for myself will say that I support the ongoing programs, and they're all very important to our tourism industry. So just I wanted to say that out loud because I'm not endorsing that we have any kind of a precedent-setting vote here on moving money away from that fund to another. Thank you.
Is the committee ready for the vote? Excellent. All those in favor of ought to pass as amended? All those opposed? 1-7. And we don't really have a place in where do we vote on? So just next, I don't have a vote tally on this one, but so you have a spot on yours that you're able to mark those?
You mean on the part?
Yeah.
Yes,
for E.
yes. So
Okay.
the way it appears in the letter, it will be narrative that says the committee voted as follows on part whatever. And just so you know, if it's not unanimous, it will say in the letter, the committee voted 1-7 to vote out. So there's the AFA will know what the actual vote totals were for every initiative. So this one is part EE, and it was the majority voted it out. If we go to page, let's continue with Laureen. That is on page 20. You have part J, which there was also clarifying language that appears on the purple sheet from DECD. And this part J is allowing the assessor to deposit not 50% of the employment tax incentive, but 100% of the employment tax incentive for the preceding year into an account established by the state controller. And you'll see that it is going into the Loring Job Incremental Financing Fund.
Is there a motion?
I move we accept Part J
As amended with the DECD language.
as amended with the DECD language. Thank you.
Moved and seconded. Is there discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Is that, are we at 5-3? Is that what you got?
You're way quicker at this, Senator. Yeah,
That was part J? Okay.
5-3.
5-3.
Thank you. So now we go back to page 2, and this is the Finance Authority of Maine. The first Mike's not on. Page 2, Finance Authority of Maine. We have two initiatives, 286 and 287. This is a other special revenue and federal expenditure funds. It is removing $500 in each of the fiscal years. You'll recall that this was originally a placeholder allocation, and FAME testified that they no longer need this placeholder as they have replaced the program that this was holding a place for.
Is there a motion?
I move we accept
Can we do both?
items 286 and 287.
Second. Discussion? All those in favor?
Thank you.
All opposed? None? Unanimous? For reference 286 and 287.
And now we're going to stay with FAME and go to part TT, which is on page 25. So this part, you'll recall, let's see. It starts on the bottom of page 24, and goes over to page 25. This is extending the date for Maine Finance Authority of Maine to issue revenue obligation securities for energy distribution systems. It was originally expired in 2020, and they're asking for that to be extended to 2024. And this appears in initiatives T1, T2, and T3.
Motion.
I just wanted to clarify 2040, not 2024, correct?
Yes, absolutely correct. Thank you.
I move we,
No, I had a different.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to confirm, this is the one that was done at the request of the Department of Energy, and only one program paid out one time and the other program paid out none?
That's my recollection of the testimony. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's my recollection as well. Yep. Motion.
I move we accept parts T through T2, sorry, TT2 and TT3.
That's fine. Moved and seconded. Are you ready for a vote? All those in favor? All those opposed? 5-3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So now we are going to move back to, we're going to do Main State Housing next, and that starts on page 3. The first initiative is the shelter operating subsidy, which supports emergency homeless shelters in the state. And this is a 1.25, 250,000, and then 1.5 million, 1,250,000, thank you, in the current, in 25-26, and then 1.5 million in 26-27. And I think the testimony that you heard said that this hadn't been raised, the baseline hadn't been raised since 2016.
Motion.
Move we accept item 294.
Second. Yep. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did we get clarification, Lynn, on what this would bring the amount per bed up to?
We did receive additional testimony from Main State Housing, but I don't see it answering that question.
It was
Mr. Jorgensen, if you'd like to come up. For your, and if you could turn the mic on. You might be at the connection. See if you can. Our clerk is coming by to help. It might be the connection where it's. There we go. There we go. Welcome, Mr. Jorgensen.
Thank you. I'm afraid I'm not going to have great, I didn't write that down. I apologize. But I do know it's going to take it from about $7. It's currently around $7 and change out of the $102 it costs to have a night in a shelter. And I think this will bring it up to around $12, but somewhere in there, it's going to raise it some. I can probably get that before I leave here today.
Great. Thank you.
stay or shall I?
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I move we accept item 294.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? 7-1. I got 7-1 there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, thank
Thank
you,
you.
Mr. Chair. So continuing with Main State Housing, we are going to page 15 of 51. And I'm going to be jumping to some language parts because these initiatives have language parts associated with them.
Mhm.
So the first initiative is 296, and the associated language part is found on page 22. So this initiative provides one-time funding to the Community Aging in Place grant program of $2 million. And you'll recall that program provides accessibility modifications, minor maintenance, and home security checks for Maine's eligible low-income elderly. And the the related language part is at the bottom of page 22, the $2 million in one-time funding.
So I just want to make sure, so on page 15, we are at 296,
That's correct.
and that's the $2 million.
That's correct.
And the related is
It's technically part of T17, which
Mhm.
has several initiatives in it.
yep,
And if you vote, I will keep track of the votes on each of these
Okay.
and report them differently. Report them accurately, I should say, if there are different votes,
okay.
when I report back to AFA.
So is there a motion that combines T17 and language, is that language Z340, or is that not the right way to say that? The related language on page 22.
Yep, I would say Z340. Yeah.
Okay,
So I move we accept item 296 and item Z340.
moved and seconded. I think Z340 is in lots of places, but it is the related language for Z340. Okay. Mm-hmm, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So those would that include this, the 37.5 million and the 10 million? So the 37.5 million for LIHTC and rural affordable rental, and then the 10 million for this.
We
new
will vote on those separately.
Separately.
So,
Yes.
but I think combined, they're all in that $70 million from the budget stabilization fund. I'm
So-
gonna get nods.
So we're
yes.
voting on to move all of them in
Not
combined.
right now. We're gonna do those separately. So we'll do the actual number and the language
Okay,
for each of the items.
great, thanks.
And so that's been moved and seconded. Is the committee ready for the vote? Okay, all those in favor? Is that unanimous? Looks like it is.
That's unanimous. Yes.
Okay.
Next is on page 15. That's reference number 297, which is a $12 million one-time funding of other special revenue for emergency, transitional, and permanent housing in response to homelessness. And the corresponding language is on page 23. At the top of the page, there's the corresponding $12 million in the Emergency Housing Relief Fund program.
Okay. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you remind me what OSR account this is coming from?
I believe this is also ultimately from the budget stabilization fund. Rainy Day
Okay.
Fund.
All right, thank you.
And so, yeah, I think that's the special revenue fund that we're referring to. And it's gonna be ready for a vote or a motion.
I move we accept item 297 with the associated language under page 23, under Z340, is it T20 and T21?
No,
no.
still T17.
at the Yeah.
top.
Yep, it's still T17.
Okay, under T17.
Yep. Are you ready for the vote? All those in favor? All those opposed? 7-1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the bottom of the same page, page 15, and going into the top onto page 16, you have a $37.5 million other special revenue one-time funding to create 300 new affordable homes for ownerships and rental. You heard testimony that these are going to be under the Rural Affordable Rental Housing Program, the Federal Low-Income Housing Tax Credit, and the Affordable Homeownership Program. These initiatives, also the projects, initiatives are added for wood fiber insulation, heat pumps, and modular building approaches. And the corresponding language is on page 21. So that's the first, at the very bottom, that's the first initiative for under T17.
Motion?
I move we accept item 290 and the associated language under T17.
Was that 290? Yeah, second? Is that a second or a question?
Well, I have a second.
Okay. That's a second, and now your question.
My question, this is coming out of the budget stabilization fund, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we're each of these are getting up to that 70 million. That's over. Okay. Which is the total. Are there further questions? See none? And all those in favor? 2, 3, 4. I have 5. All those opposed? 5-3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now moving to page 16. In the middle of the page, reference number 291. This is one-time funding of other special revenue in the amount of $10 million for a pilot for new middle-income housing, which is for rental houses. It's for incomes up to 120% of area median income, and for home ownership, it's up to 150% of area median income. And the related language part is on page 22. At the very top, you'll see under Housing Authority that $10 million one-time funding.
Is there a motion? Chair Gear,
I move we accept item 291 with the associated language under T17.
second. Moved and seconded. Discussion. Representative Lookner.
Thank you. I know there's some interest in like tweaking the AMI thresholds here and in looking at doing a revolving fund. I know we have other legislation that we could accomplish that in, but I'm just wondering how we might use, if there is some appetite and maybe some consensus on that, how we might use this vote as a way to convey that.
Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that wonderful question, Representative Lookner. I actually have Clerk Prees has an amendment that I would propose to address those two issues. And she's going to pass that out so we can look at it in the context of this item. Mr. Chair.
Representative Cullimore.
Is what we're looking at for a different bill and has nothing to do with the budget thing that we're actually voting on?
I think it's ideas for how we might be adjusting this recommendation. It is for another bill, but the language is matching the same topic. So I think it's a proposal for
So we could more easily vote no on this?
or I believe you were talking earlier during the public hearing about possibly raising that number.
Yes, I hate this.
Right. Okay. Raising the percentage number. I think this also raises the percentage number.
Right, but the proposal we're looking at for the amendment, I thought we were looking at an amendment for the language for the initiative, not for a different bill.
I think we're getting to that initiative amendment. So, Chair Gear.
Yes, so actually this amendment emerges out of discussions that we had around LD 916 to really take this opportunity to incorporate this language into the budget document in defining this program. So it has the elements and we can ask Ms. Westfall to walk through the elements of the proposed amendment. And I would consider it a friendly amendment in the discussion, but we can take it in whatever direction we want to go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is very similar to LD 916 that you had that you've had a public hearing on. The first three sections of the bill, 1, 2, and 3, are identical to what was proposed at the public hearing. It creates a middle income housing support program and a fund. It's available for rental housing for individuals whose income is at or below 120%, and homeownership for individuals and families whose income is below 150% of the area median income. Section 4 is new. That is creating the revolving loan fund that I believe Representative Lookner talked about. And it says whenever possible, the authority shall provide financial assistance in the form of short-term loans to establish and maintain the fund as a revolving loan fund. I believe you heard testimony that the Housing Authority wanted some flexibility so that they could create it into a revolving fund, but it couldn't all be short-term loans. And then there's a provision that there's a sliding scale of financial assistance based on the intended income level of the occupant of the dwelling unit. So that is all a new language. And the other new language, and when I say new, from the 916 you saw before, was at the very bottom, which adds a definition into the Maine State Housing Authority's chapter that defines middle income households. And that is households with a gross income that does not exceed 180,000, 180% of the median income. Just for reference, there is a definition in statute for moderate income, which is up to 150,000. So there would be low income, which isn't defined by percentage. Then there would be moderate income in current statute, which is defined as up to 150. And then this would add a definition for what middle income is.
So you said 150,000. Did you mean 150%?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Representative Callamore.
Thank you. Ms. Westfall, doesn't that definition kind of go against section 3? Well, number 3 under section 2, where it defines the program is called Middle Income Housing Program, and then A and B list 120 and 150. And then we're going into section 3 that's defining middle income as 180. So they're kind of conflicting with each other.
So it's not a conflict. What the last provision does is it sets this definition for all of chapter 201, which is Maine State Housing Authority. So from now on, this will up to 180 is middle income. The rest of the bill says we're going to create a middle income program, and we're going to use different percentages. Then we could go up to 180, but this is designed to at 120 and 150.
So it doesn't actually fix the problem that I'm having with the 120 and 150, because this is saying this program is still at this amount, even though we've defined it at 180.
Up to one. So the definition is up to 180. So if you're saying you want the middle income program to provide financing to higher income individuals, that you can do by just changing the percentages in 3A and 3B.
What's the pleasure of the committee? Chair Gear.
I'm also wondering if Maine Housing would be willing to come to the table and kind of brief the committee on the discussion about the income limits and sort of middle income opportunities and challenges that you are all facing and thinking about how to design this new program, this pilot.
Thank you, Eric Jorgensen from Maine Housing. I would say simply on the definition issue that we had some concerns about, subsidizing properties up at that level. However, I think that level does meet the definition of middle income as we've discussed it. And so we think there is a definition of middle income, and then there's this program, and this program will provide subsidy up. We don't want to go above the subsidy levels that are being specified in the bill, but it doesn't preclude someone at those higher levels from renting in that building or something like that. I think that's that would be my understanding of that.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
And I just also say we also had added in the language about revolving funds and the sliding scale issue around financial assistance available per dwelling based on the income levels. So those are two things that we'll work on. We just wanted to put those in there as well.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Oh, Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. If we were to adjust, say, paragraph 3B, that 150% to a little bit of a higher level, would that give you some more flexibility in doing the sliding scale and the revolving loan fund? Would that maybe give you a little bit more room to maybe see some returns?
I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I guess the question has to be is how high do you want to put state subsidy in, to these deals? How high do you want to go? I suppose, and that's a question I haven't asked my colleagues in our development department. It probably would be you give us a little more latitude. I mean, the challenge with a revolving loan is you got to be able to sell it at a high enough level, high enough selling cost to recoup the loan and still not make it so it's too expensive for people to buy and thereby defeat the purpose of the loan of the program. So, yeah, that would be I'm not sure we're wedded to those numbers.
You know, but we might have another bite of the apple with LD 916. When we discuss that, we could get a little bit more in the detail.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just want to remind the committee, there is the initiative in this budget that has the 10 million at the levels of 120 and 150.
Right.
So the proposal, I believe, of this initiative is to, the recommendation would be AFA flesh out this initiative for 10 million, and here's the language to flesh out the program.
I think we need to actually get that as a motion before we move much further.
I just want to point out, if you don't do this now and you do 916 separately with different, well, however you do it, if you have different percentages here, you're going to want to be clear in your budget report back. Are you in favor of the governor's initiative of 10 million at 120 and 150, or are you in favor of something else?
Great. Thank you. Chair Gear.
And I'm interested in making sure we have in the budget the language around the revolving and the sliding scale and the additional elements that are in here from that perspective, as well as the middle income definition. I think that if we I prefer to include this, and so I will amend my motion to include this amendment, and then we can, if we need to revisit. So that will be my new motion.
That's your motion. Is there the second good with that? Okay. Is there further discussion? Chair, Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not be supporting this. I don't think we're doing enough to actually address who the actual middle income households are. And as somebody who sits in one of those households that's out of reach of being able to buy a home, it really, really makes me angry. Excuse me for getting emotional. So I'm voting no. We're using rainy day funds, and if we can't help more Mainers, I'm saying no.
Okay. Is the committee ready for the vote? All those in favor of the motion as amended? 6. All those opposed? That is 6-3. Now I'll ask Representative Mallon if he could introduce himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry I'm late, folks. I had other business to attend to. My name is Mark Mallon, and I represent House District 133, part of the great city of Biddeford.
All right, we're going to go to the bottom of page 16, which is initiative number 292, which is other special revenue, one-time funding of $7,500,000 for construction of new homes in mobile home parks through infill expansion or new development with restrictive covenants on the newly created units. And the language that corresponds to it is on page 22. It's the second initiative on that page with the same amount, $7,500,000.
Okay. Motion?
I move we accept item 292 with the associated language under key 17.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there a discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? 6-3. Okay.
So just give me a minute so I can make sure I have all of the Main State Housing and So I am going to say that we need to do on page 21, part T15 and T16. We have voted all of the T17, and as I said earlier, I will record them individually. But part T15 and T16 is transferring out of the Budget Stabilization Fund, the 55 million before June 30th of 2026, and then the 14 million. So the 55 million goes into Main State Housing, other special revenue. The 14 million goes into the Emergency Housing Relief Fund program, other special revenue.
So we just,
I-
so I said I said 70 million. It's actually 69 million.
That's correct.
And when we said, where is it coming from? It's coming from the,
Yeah,
in this case, it was coming from the OSR. This is taking it from the special revenue, taking it from the budget stabilization fund and putting it into the special revenue fund.
yes. And
Okay.
I believe that 15 and 16 total to all of the initiatives in T17.
We'll ask if Mr. Hubble could come forward.
Thanks, Brian Hubble, Governor's Office of Policy Innovation and Future. I believe that you'll find that the $1 million for transfer to MOCA's code program, which we'll discuss ahead, is part of T17 as well, but I may be mistaken.
It's T21.
T21.
Yeah, never mind. You're correct.
So we haven't gotten to T21 either.
That's correct. That's
Okay.
MOCA.
All right, very good. So motion,
I move we accept Part T, Section T15 and Section T16.
Second.
moved and seconded, discussion. Representative Callamore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not be supporting the motion to accept both of those, as I do not support most of the programs that are underneath that funding.
So further discussion. All those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? Passes 6-3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I believe that's the end of Main State Housing Authority. And should we do Department of Professional and Financial Regulations, since they only have a few
We could go to
initiatives?
MOCA first.
All right. Then we will go to page 4.
And I think we might have to do, I mean, in the spirit of combined, because we're putting some things in that we're taking out of lines and budgets from professional regulations. So we might make those combined votes as well.
Yes, yes, and I will point those out. So if you, so for example, on the top of page 4, you have under the Community Resiliency Partnership, this transfers one position and other related funds of general funds. It's a total of $3,159,966, and this is related on page 11 to the initiative in the middle of the page, reference number 266.
Is there a motion that combines both of those initiatives?
I move we accept item 244 and the associated item 266.
Moved and seconded, discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Was that unanimous? Unanimous?
Yes, it was unanimous.
Thank you.
The next, on page 4, you have an approved reclassification, other special revenue. This is a public safety inspector 3 position to a public safety inspector supervisor position. And the other special revenue amounts are 40,560 and 44,752. And this does not have any related initiative, as it's a reclassification of an
Motion?
existing position.
I move we accept item 254.
Second.
Representative Callamore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am curious, this one pays for itself, correct? Because of the OSR, is it coming from fees they collect? Do I remember that correctly with this one?
I don't remember.
I can see the
answer to
commissioner
that.
I
nodding
see
her
a head
head.
nod.
The commissioner in the gallery is nodding her head that this does come from Pease.
That might have been a promotion.
Oh, and your speaker too.
I'm happy being the director, it's fine.
Very good. It's moved and seconded. All those in favor? It's unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next page is page 5, at the top of page 5. This is an initiative that transfers 2 positions. And the related initiative is on page 13. So this is transferring out on page 13. So this is a cost in page 5 of 255,443, and on page 13 at the bottom initiative is the money coming out of professional and occupational regulation.
Motion.
I move we accept item 256 and item 628.
I think it's 255.
Oh, sorry, 255.
255 and 628. Moved and seconded. Discussion. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not be supporting any of these position moves as I am uncomfortable with language RRR.
Okay. Thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? 6-3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the middle of page 5, you have transfer of funds from the Manufactured Housing Board in the amount of $22,486 to the main office of community affairs. And the related initiative is on page 13 at the top of the page. This is the funds coming out of the Manufactured Housing Board.
Motion.
I move we accept items 256 and item 626.
Moved and seconded. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the same reasons as stated for 255 and 628, I will not be supporting 256 and 626.
All those in favor? All those opposed? 6-3 passes.
At the bottom of page 5, you'll find reference number 257. This is funding for an attorney position in the Office of the Attorney General to support the enforcement licensing of manufactured housing communities. This is a new position, and it is related to a fee increase that is in part RRR on page 34. My understanding is the funding for this new position in the Attorney General's office of $145,962 would be funded with the fee increase that is in part RRR on page 34. I am going to just note that I would prefer if you don't vote on that particular section of part RRR because I have some comments on that. So if you would just limit what you're voting on now to the new position in 257.
Motion.
I move we accept item 257.
Moved and seconded. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting this position. I do think we need some more help, regardless of where the manufactured housing community licenses live. We need some more help with the enforcement of issues that we are having in that world.
All those in favor? Is that unanimous?
Yes.
Unanimous?
Yes.
Thank you.
The next initiative on page 6 is a new position within MOCA, Resource Management Coordinator. They have called this the Circuit Rider. This is other special revenue. In the funding in 26-27 is $135,761.
I've lost the page. I'm sorry.
Okay,
If you
page
could-
6, the
Page
middle of the
6.
page, reference number 258, Division of Building Codes and Standards,
Thank you very much.
the circuit rider.
Motion
I move we accept item 258.
moved and seconded. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's rare that I vote to support one position, but in this rare instance, I'm actually voting to support two. I think this is an important one.
All those in favor? Is that unanimous?
So the last one on page 6 is in the Housing Opportunity Program. This is a transfer of 2 positions. In other special revenue amount in 26-27 of $244,057. The related initiative is on page 14.
Motion? 629.
629, yeah.
Thank you.
I move we accept items
251.
251 and item 629.
All those in Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because I do not support the language RRR, I will not be supporting the transfer of these positions.
All those in favor? And all those opposed? It passes 6-3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next initiative is on page 7. The main Climate Core program. This is one-time funding to support that program. I believe the testimony that there was an error in a prior budget, and this resolves the error. The cost in 25-26 is $24,508, and in 26-27 is $500.
Motion?
I move we accept item 246.
Discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Not sure. Okay, thank you. Passes 6-3.
The next initiative on page 7, there's actually 2 on page 7 related to the main floodplain program. There's the general fund, and then there's the federal expenditure. This is transferring 2 positions. One is the senior planning position and one is a planner 2. And I believe one is funded with the general fund and one is funded in the federal fund. And the related provisions are on page 10. So there's 2 on page 10.
So we're taking these positions out.
This is transferring them to the State Resiliency Fund program. So you're moving them out of the main floodplain program to the State Resiliency Fund program.
Okay, and so reference 260 takes them out, and what's the reference on page 10?
264.
264 puts them in. Is that correct?
That's correct. So it's 260, 261, 264, 265.
Thank you.
And, yep, sorry, that.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to confirm, this transfer is because we have moved the floodplain program into the State Resiliency Fund. Do I remember that correctly? Thank you.
Okay. Representative Chair Gear.
I move we accept items 260, 261, 264, and 265.
Did we get those right references? Those are the correct combination?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yep, Representative Cullimore.
Given that we've moved that program over, I will be supporting the transfer of these positions.
Okay. All those in favor? That's unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next page is page 7A. This is a headcount cleanup. It reduces the legislative count, reducing one position. There is no dollar amount associated with this. This is reference 247.
I move we accept item 247.
All those in favor? Okay, is that unanimous?
That's unanimous.
Thank you.
On page 8, we have reference number 239. This are the service center fees that the Department of Administrative and Financial Services distributes among the different state agencies for financial and human resource service center assistance. The general fund is in the amount of $47,500 in each of the 2 fiscal years.
Motion. Chair
I
Gear.
move we accept item 239.
All those in favor? It's unanimous.
Thank you. The bottom of page 8 is the funding for the DICAP costs. And this is in fiscal year, this is other special revenue, 26-27 of $243,296.
I move we accept item 240.
Moving second. Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to confirm, this was the initiative to allow them to spend money that came in from the program, correct? I see she's nodding her head. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All those in favor? The unanimous?
Thank you. On page 9, at the top of page 9, this is a transfer of one position. Well, sorry, one limited period, actually 4 limited period, 4 limited period positions and funding related to a 5-year grant from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And it has a related initiative on page 11. So 267. So at the bottom of the page, I believe, so on page 9, you have a reduction in the federal expenditure of $633,988. And on page 11, you have the federal expenditure into the state for the $5,431,279, which I believe is a significant portion is the 5-year grant funding. I'm getting a nod.
Chair Gear.
Oh,
241 and
And 267.
267.
I move we accept items 241 and 267.
Representative Collmore. I heard the second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to confirm that I remember this correctly, this is also part of that consolidation of bringing everything into the resilience fund. Thank you.
Yes.
I see nods.
All those in favor? It's unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The last initiative on page 9 is initiative number 242. This is a general fund in fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $350,000. This was part of the governor's the commission recommendations for AI and provides ongoing funding for partnerships with municipalities.
I
Chair
move we
Gear.
accept item 242.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Passes 6-3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the top of page 9, let's see. Nope, we've done
10.
that page. Thank you. Top of page 10, reference number 245 is a headcount correction with no dollars associated with it. And it removes a senior planner position that was limited period.
Chair Gear.
I move we accept item 245.
All in favor? It's unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next initiative, 263, does have a corresponding movement of money out, but that initiative appears in the state and local government budget. So you will not have it in this budget. So this transfers one position and all other related costs from Office of Policy Innovation in the Future into the State Resiliency Fund in MOCA. And it is a 26-27 federal expenditure of $165,392.
Motion.
I move we accept item 263.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay. Unanimous.
So at the bottom of page 10, this is another transfer of positions with a general fund component and a federal expenditure component.
Is this the one already combined?
I think it was
Oh,
260?
yes.
264. Are we at 260?
Yeah. You know, I have not been keeping track of the ones we've already
Uh-oh,
voted going
we're gonna run
forward.
into them.
No, actually I have.
Okay.
Wow. Sometimes I'm impressed even myself. So let's go to some of the, let's go to page 18, which is another initiative. This is the Housing Opportunity Program in MOCA. It's one-time funding for a 3-year pilot program that is helping with the regionalization of building code enforcement and code enforcement officers. The cost in each year of other special revenue is $500,000 in each year. And the related language is on pages 23 and 24. So part of T21 on 23 is the 500,000 in other special revenue in each of those fiscal years.
I'm looking for the related language. You said what page?
Page 23, the
23,
bottom.
at the bottom.
Yep,
Okay.
section T21, the Housing Opportunity Program.
Yep, I see it. Thank you. Chair Gear,
I move we accept item 252 and item T21.
moved and seconded. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I certainly support the regionalization of code enforcement training and ensuring that we have good code enforcement, I do not support taking from the Budget Stabilization Fund, also known as the Rainy Day Fund, to do so. So I will be not supporting this or the accompanying language.
Good. All those in favor? All those opposed? Passes 6-3.
Good. Okay. So the next, we have part RRR, and then we have, let's see if we have something related to. Part F. All right, let's go to the language parts, which start on page 19, and just to make sure we've hit them all. Part F is on page 20. This is the one, this gives the governor the ability during a declared state of emergency to distribute 1.5 million from the stabilization fund to Maine State Housing Authority for emergency heating assistance provided.
I move we accept part F.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Part F is included, unanimous.
Thank you. And so we've done part J. We've done part T, 15, 16, and 17. And part 17 goes through to page 23. We've done part T20. We have done part EE. We have done part TT, which is Finance Authority of Maine, which means That I believe, let me just make sure we've gotten everything. Yep, I believe that leaves us with, just with part RR.
TT3 we did. Is that correct? I just don't have a note there. Was that included?
1 and 2.
Okay, so that was a 5-3 vote as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
That was a long one.
And so I did hand out, so you have had a discussion of part RR and at the last work session, I let you know that I had gone through the statute to make sure that there wasn't any remaining language in other areas that needed clarification to make this a smooth transition from one agency to another. And I sent you electronically and you have attached on the yellow sheet some of the changes that I am suggesting if you move forward with part RR. You suggest RRR. You suggest to AFA that they include the new one from what I sent and went through last meeting is on page 1 on the yellow sheet in the transition provisions under new section 6, which just states that employees who are moving from Department of Professional and Financial Regulation to MOCA retain the same employee rights, privileges, benefits, sick leave, vacation, seniority as is provided to them under civil service law and bargaining agreements. And that DAFs will help in that transition of positions from one department to another. And that's fairly common language that appears in those transition provisions when you move things from one department to another.
All right.
And then the only other thing that's left in your packet, in addition to RRR, is the white sheet, is the additional requests from MOCA for additional initiatives. So I don't know if you want to do those first and then RRR, or they had a 2-page white sheet that had.
So we've already incorporated in the yellow sheet here. There are other amendments in here. Those are already incorporated. Is that what I'm looking at? The only thing that's different at this point is this bottom section on the
Yeah.
employees.
Yes, and this is the list of when I did my review of the chapter of law that the Manufactured Housing Board chapter of law and other statutes that I think are some cleanups that you want to incorporate if you recommend part RRR move forward.
All right, so for
You want me to go through them?
no, I'm just
Okay.
so that those were just you didn't highlight them because they're not substantive. Is that why? On
The
on
ones
this.
that are highlighted are the ones that are different from what I sent you electronically.
I see.
So, and shows you where the law is being changed. But the new section 6 is the only substantive, if you will, though it's a transitional provision, so it isn't a change to law.
Okay, so I'm wanting to go a little slower here.
Okay.
So as I look through, I see above that is the language including acting as the state administrative agency under the National Manufactured Housing Construction and Safety Standards Act. That is intended to stay. Correct?
Yes.
And that wasn't in the governor's original
That's correct.
budget. Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Yep.
That sentence was added to ensure that we stayed a HUD reviewer, correct?
That's correct. And I can tell you that MOCA has reached out to HUD and has started the process. I've been copied on emails of basically sounds like crossing T's and dotting I's so that MOCA steps into the shoes of the Manufactured Housing Board. So that process has started.
Okay.
This just makes it clear, particularly to HUD, that it's the legislature's intention that MOCA now has assumed all responsibilities of the Manufactured Housing Board.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I move we accept part RRR
With the amendment.
with the amendment on the yellow sheet.
Madam Chair, there are only 6 members in the
We've-
room,
Yeah,
so
thank you. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we wait to be able to cast our votes, I'm just going to let you know that I will not be supporting section RRR. As we learned, this is a lot more complex than we thought it was, and though people have said, no, it can be done in a budget thing, I really have very genuine concerns that it's being done too quickly, and we will not catch everything that we need to catch, and then we're going to be in a whole slew of trouble with the federal government, and I don't think we need help with that.
And I think we're at 7 at this point. So, and with that, any other comments? All those in favor of the auto pass as amended, amendment being the yellow sheet. All those opposed? That will be 5-2.
thank you, Mr. Chair. So aside from any other new initiatives, you have voted the provisions of the budget that AFA has assigned for your
I think
considerations.
have we gotten the Department of Professional and Financial Responsibility?
So you did those as cross-references?
We did as
Yep,
cross-reference.
you did them as cross-references?
I'm gonna ask if Mr. Hubble will come forward. We've got amendments. That's the issue.
Is that the white sheet that was
That's the white
handed
sheet.
out?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so we'll address those.
Okay, so if you go to the white sheet that was handed out by MoCA at the first work session, the first initiative is a general fund initiative, and it's in the amount of $132,761. It establishes a resource management coordinator position. And this is related to the technical codes, the code enforcement officers. And it's a proposed reorganization of an existing position within the Manufactured Housing Board to a new position with expanded responsibilities, if my recollection of the testimony is correct. No, that's not correct. I take that back.
I'm gonna ask Director Horn to come up. Welcome. Can you remind us this one?
Yes. Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you again. So this first initiative is a new position that was recommended in, I believe it was the LD 1375 report, to coordinate training and certification across the many different streams of work on housing and other types of building. So this was someone to get, whether they're dealing with manufactured housing or stick-built housing or modular housing, the builders, the CEOs, people in the public should get training that is all coordinated. So this is a training coordinator position. It is new. It is proposed as general fund. The remainder of the initiatives do not have general fund costs to them, but this one is a new general fund position.
Is there a motion or questions for Director Horn? Representative Cullimore.
Thank you. And this was Director Horn in response to the fact that there are CEOs out there who feel like they don't have a way to get the training. It's not available to them. So this is supposed to help that.
This will bolster training, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Chair Gear.
I move that we accept the initiatives for MoCA from pages 1 and 2 of the white sheet.
Oh, please don't combine them.
I don't want to.
Oh, sorry. We're gonna do the first one.
We'll start the first one. Yeah.
So the initiative that establishes one resource management coordinator position.
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? So that first initiative on the amendment, we'll add to that into our letter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The second initiative is the proposed reorganization of a position. This is other special revenue in the amount in 26-27 of $18,535.
Motion?
I move we accept the position of one senior manufactured housing inspector.
Second.
Wait a minute. That was a
It's funding for the proposed reorganization.
oh, okay. Thank you
Yep.
very much.
Yep, it's an existing position.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I did not support the movement of any of the positions or language RRR, I will not be supporting this initiative.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? Passes 5-3.
The next initiative on that page one is another proposed reorganization of a public safety inspector within the Division of Building Codes and Standards, and the cost and other special revenue is $16,340.
Chair here.
I move we accept the initiative to fund the proposed reorganization of one public safety inspector supervisor position.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Was that unanimous? I think so.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then on the second page, this transfers funding from all other line category to the personal services category. So it's moving $12,037 from one fund into another, and it has a cost of $0.
Motion.
I move we accept the transfer of funding from the all other line to the personal services line for the proposed organization.
All those in favor? Unanimous. Excellent.
Those are all the budget initiatives I am aware of that you need to vote on.
All right. Thank you all very much. We're going to take 6 minutes to give our analysts an opportunity to shift into a rather simple bill that's coming up next.
Other than the budget, probably the biggest bill we have.
Well, you're Welcome back, everybody. We're going to open up the work session for LD 2173. And this is our first work session. And so we'll invite our committee analyst. So we'll introduce the bill analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is LD 2173. This bill modifies several provisions of law related to housing development and regulation, and it was introduced in part to make some changes in response to LD 1829 that was enacted last session came out of this committee. It makes several changes, and you heard extensive testimony with a number of requested amendments. Included in your packet is a document that lists the requested amendments by section of the bill. It is yellow. So you have some relevant statutes of law, and you have an 18-page document which has the proposed amendments that you heard from testimony. So, and then I have for the bill analysis, so I'm hesitating because the bill analysis includes in some situations discussion of the proposed amendments, but not in all situations, because sometimes a proposed amendment addresses an issue that I had identified in the bill. And then there were other amendments that were being proposed for reasons that of the interested parties. So I'm not sure of the best way to go through the bill analysis. I guess I want to lay that out there first. So if it isn't a productive method that I'm going through, please feel free to let's reconvene. The bill makes several changes. It makes changes to the fire protection necessary and accessory dwelling units. It makes modifications to the rate of growth ordinances that are required with new buildings in residential dwellings. It modifies certain laws regarding affordable housing developments and height restrictions. It makes some changes to implementation dates. It provides that a municipality may not require minimum subsurface wastewater disposal standards that are more stringent than those set by DHHS. It modifies provisions in law and sets limits on a municipal ordinances about minimum lot size and density requirements. It does not require planning board approval for accessory dwelling units under certain situations. It makes some provisions about small child care facilities or providers that are located in residential areas zoned for residential purposes. It clarifies the law about municipalities allowing residential units within buildings located in areas that are zoned commercially. It creates some grace periods for the effective date of the provisions, and it changes an exception to the law regarding subdivisions. So that's just a general overview.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you. Back to number 8.
Yes.
What is the difference in definition between commercial use and industrial use, just so that I'm clear on that?
So for purposes of this section of law, I would need to find that the provision in here that is being changed.
Mr. Chair, am I right to assume that this is not the day we're making the vote because of how big this is?
I would certainly support a tabling motion at some point if
Okay.
if members don't need time to think about all of this.
Okay, so maybe we could get that answer for the next work session?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes. If it makes sense, what I would like to do is start with section 1 and let you know some of the comments, not all of the comments. all of the comments are in here in this attachment with certain provisions of the bill. And at some point, you're going to want to go through those. These are some preliminary thoughts.
So you're pivoting here in terms of your analysis. You're now taking us
Well, that,
through the bill?
that kind of was my plan.
Okay.
You'll see that my bill analysis is only 3 pages long.
Yeah,
And that is because
did-
I have notations on every single page of this bill.
Okay.
And it would have taken a long time to create that into writing. So
Yes.
these are just some high level ones that I didn't want to forget.
Okay.
And I will start with a high level one. I am not positive whether or not this bill creates any mandates for local units of government. We have had bills in the past where we have required municipalities to make changes to ordinances and they have been flagged as a mandate. That has not always been the case, but I want to put that out there, that is something the committee may want to think about. If it is flagged as a mandate, your options are it's funded 90%, which is hard to do when it's a mandate on a municipality to amend ordinances. It's hard for municipalities to estimate a cost, so it's hard for the state to pay 90% of it. The other option is you add a mandate preamble, and it requires 2/3 of the legislature to pass it. And the third option is a mandate is when they're required to do something. If you make it optional on their part, then it's no longer a mandate. So those are kind of the three. And there's a lot of shalls in here, what municipalities may or may not do. So there's a lot of restrictions on municipalities, whether it creates a new activity that requires them to spend funds. That's the definition of mandate. Is a municipality required to engage in a new activity and that requires the expenditure of funds.
Just a question.
Chair Gear?
So in prior legislation, what we had done was equip MOCA and the Housing Opportunity Program with technical expertise and grant funding available to cover those costs. Was that would be acceptable in this case if that was something in terms of their purview?
Yes. And I think given the breadth of this bill, you may want to see what OFPR is the agency that will determine whether they think that there's a constitutional mandate in the bill.
Okay.
But I don't want to leave that out.
Representative Flickner?
I just had a question on that. I don't want to get too many wires crossed, but if a program is optional for a municipality to have in the first place, but we're requiring in other committees, and it's optional for municipality, and this, I'm not trying to sound controversial, but it's just the fact that a municipality may or may not have a police department.
Right.
So when the legislature mandates that certain police in different municipalities have to spend money on this or that, it's not a municipal mandate at that point because it's completely optional.
That's
if a
correct.
municipality has a police department.
That's correct. If it's optional on their, optional activity, it is not a mandate.
Okay. All right. Representative Cullimore?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one bit of pushback I would just give when we're looking at whether or not this is or is not a mandate is that a lot of the shalls that are in this were existing statute that was passed with 1829, which was not a mandate.
I absolutely agree with your point. I raised this because since 1829 and today, there has been a situation where a similar bill was identified as a state mandate. I don't know the rationale behind it. So I don't think that should be your primary focus. I think there's enough meat in here for you all to dig into for a long time. So if we start with the first section, which has to do with fire protection in accessory dwelling units, it makes a change so that it applies to 2 units that contain or will contain upon completion of construction. And you heard the state fire marshal talk about what if the accessory dwelling unit is being added to, say, a commercial building where that building should have significantly more robust fire protection? And is it your intent to not allow to exempt that accessory dwelling unit that's attached to a non-residential? Or is the intent to say when it's accessory dwelling unit and an existing residential unit? So that was,
Are you asking?
no, I'm just pointing out
Okay.
what some of the comments that you received on these particular provisions. I am going to make a general statement about effective dates. There are some issues with the effective dates in this bill. That some are technical and some aren't, and I think that is a general question for the committee is going to be, when do you want these changes to be effective? The technical issue for OPLA and Revisor's Office is going to be to make sure the effective dates in this bill that exist and any new ones we add in actually work. Right now, there's some conflicts and ambiguities, but those are technical. To me, they're technical issues. Your substantive issue is, when do you want all this to go into effect?
I think on a principled position, I would, MMA made a strong argument that there's a lot of things that we have to do if this passes, that we would like them to be at the same time, and that time to be one that we can do. And so as a principled position, knowing even other requirements outside of this bill, what are other timelines? And I look to, if that's something MMA can give us in terms of what are the other timelines they're advising their communities, so that we have some capacity to identify a time that's consistent with that. That would be my principal position, and then we get into the details of it. Representative Callamore.
Thank you. I would also agree with that. And I think I missed some of these dates when I was going through. It's, as you know, a very long bill. And my intention was to push everything out to the furthest date. The reason that I put the emergency on was to allow those dates to be changed in statute, so towns didn't have to align with the original dates in 1829, if that makes sense.
It does.
Okay.
And the technical issue is that the original dates need to stay in statute, the 2024 dates, and in other sections will be the language that tells municipalities when they need to have the changes made.
Yep. Okay.
So in the rate of growth ordinance sections, there was a lot of discussion about that. I'm on page 2 in section 3. There was a lot of discussion about a few items. It applies to all new units. On line 12, it takes out not including affordable housing. So the new 130% and 5 years applies to all new units. And there was a lot of discussion about whether or not and what were the appropriate percentage and look back in that section. Section C that's crossed out is where there is a different standard set for affordable housing, and this bill is removing that and setting a standard for all housing. It also in C1 exempts the need for a development permit for affordable housing, which is defined in that in the reference subsection as housing for individuals and families with income up to 120%. And E,
I've lost track of where we are. Can you help me find the right page on the bill?
we're on page 2.
Thank you.
And we are in
right.
line, which is right around line
25.
25.
Thank you.
And again, you received quite a lot of comments that are on the yellow sheet with suggested amendments and comments on this particular portion of the bill. Subsection E, I have a question mark next to it because I'm not entirely sure how that works. So I don't know if now is the time to have that discussion, but that I had a hard time analyzing it because I wasn't sure how it was working with everything else up there.
So subsection E, within a designated growth area, the ordinance does not limit the development permits allowed per project or per common scheme of development to a number that is less than 35% of the allocated permits for that area. And exactly how that works is your question.
Right, like what, for example, what is for that area?
Mhm.
Are they referencing a designated growth area, a rural area, or some classification of the town that is made in the town's comprehensive plan or in zoning? So
Is there someone in the room that can address this? Can support the committee? Yes. Come on up. Thank you. You could introduce yourself and thank you.
Hello, I'm Jenny Poulin Franceschi. I'm the Director of Planning and Code Enforcement for the City of Westbrook.
Okay. And yes, please, what would you share?
The understanding of that particular statement is that if you have a growth cap area, that is really the intention of what that term means, is that if you have a growth cap area, and sometimes communities may have different areas within their community where they designate a certain amount of growth to happen. What they're trying to achieve here is that a community can't restrict the number of units that a particular project can pull online in any given year to less than 35% of the permits that you are allocating within that growth cap area. So the intention is that somebody can't say you can only pull 5 permits a year for your 100-unit project, which would extend the duration of that project over a really long time frame in order to get all those units done, which could potentially kill a project due to time.
I see. So having greater than that allows for the larger projects to happen rather than to say, well, you could build this, but it's going to take you 10 years to get out to the size that you actually have designed.
Yes, so
Okay.
it gives enough of a project to kickstart so they can get going on their number of units in a manner that is more financially doable for a project to move forward.
Okay, great. Are there other questions? Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
So now I'm going to move to page 3, and this sort of the first provision was the first sections applied to section 4360, which is the rate of growth ordinance in the statute. The next group of provisions apply to section 4364, which is affordable housing density. So that was the provisions in law where you set out the density, what applied to affordable housing density. And if you go to section 6, which is on page 3, has to do with height restrictions. And to be eligible, it has to be affordable housing developed, must be reviewed by a fire official, and comply with minimum lot size requirements in Title 12 where applicable. And it adds, it used to say up no less than 1 story or 14 feet, but they added, but only up to a total building height of 55 feet. So it's clarifying what that total building height is. And the Department of Public Safety did have a comment on this. And I believe it was for the last section of that, lines 24 to 27. Where it talks about how the local fire official or designee will conduct a review according to MUBEC standards, and the Department of State Fire Marshal's Office talked about how there's actually National Fire Protection Association codes that they don't want the local fire officials to not also be taking those into consideration. So the reference to MUBEC, they viewed to be a bit too narrow, and they did have some proposed language that's on page 1 of the attachment that has all of the ordinances or all of the comments.
page one of what color?
The yellow.
Okay. That was section one on
Yep.
page one.
And I
though.
think that they, oh yeah,
also see-
sorry.
I also see them on,
Yep.
on, page 3
Yep.
around the additional height. Yep. Representative Collmore?
I think if I remember correctly, by putting this in the language, and it may just need to be also included in, the 4364, but the idea was throughout the statute, it would say national standards couldn't
Yep.
be subverted.
And the state fire marshal's comments on this are on the bottom of page 3 of the yellow sheet and the top of page 4. So they talk about clarifying this section to reference rules adopted in addition to the national safety standards. And they also comment about whether there needs to be an amendment to something in Title 25. They suggest allowing state level plan review for large scale residential buildings. So distinguishing out local review for height restrictions, except when it's a large scale residential building, and then kicking that up to state level review. So that was one of the recommended amendments that you received.
Well, ask if the fire marshal would be willing to come forward. Thank you for making time today.
You're welcome. My name's Sean Esler, I'm State Fire Marshal.
Excellent. And I appreciate the drafted language, possibly. From your perspective, what does the drafted language do? How does this fix this, fix the problem?
So specifically in section 6, I want to just draw the attention that LD 1829 may have created or mandated a new review process for municipalities across the state as it relates to the review of these large structures. When we talk about reviewing buildings, Title 25, subsection 2448 specifically requires the state fire marshal to conduct plan reviews of these buildings. So unintended consequence of the original bill was we may have created a new process for a municipality. Now, I think the intent here was good. A building that's very tall is very complex in nature as it relates to its review. But a lot of municipalities simply don't have the equipment to effectively respond to a large building, AKA a ladder truck.
Right.
So I think the intent here is good, that it should be looked at by the local fire chief to see whether it's acceptable or not, and whether they can provide an adequate level of service. Using the word review here, we do question, what does review mean? And we sent to the committee clerk yesterday a copy of LD 1005 working group, a bill that Representative Lookner put together that assembled a group of fire officials across the state to take a look at plans review. That was an excellent bill. The fire service and the fire marshal's office and industry professionals come together and developed a very good review process. So as it relates to this, that would be the first item I would bring to your attention, is that we think this created or a mandatory review process at a municipality. And then specifically the language here, it then conflicts itself to say this subsection may not be construed to provide additional authority to the fire official or designee or to establish a new standard of review, which is exactly what was created in the bill. So the bill kind of conflicts itself here. And then the bill specifically references Maine Uniform Building and Energy Code as essentially the standard at which a fire official reviews to. However, in standard practice, fire chiefs across the state are utilizing the National Fire Protection Association codes to conduct reviews on these buildings. So again, without an amendment here,
that would create another, an entirely new set of training for our fire service that is quite frankly beyond the scope of their intended position.
Yeah.
So it would require the words NFPA here
Mhm.
As well. So I hope that answers the question.
And we have all that language for this to be directing at the right level. So if the local is not doing the review and the state fire marshal is doing the review and you're making sure that the local fire department has the ladder truck.
Well, that's where we come to another problem.
Okay.
If you reference Title 25, subsection 2448 and 2448-A, which designates a municipality to conduct reviews, there is no authority to conduct reviews on residential structures here in the state of Maine by either the state fire marshal's office nor a municipality. So in order for a municipality now to conduct a review, I'll use Portland, for example, because they're sitting in the room, they would have to create their own ordinance and essentially their own fee structure and their own methodology to create that review. There's no state licensure program that allows that. With one small exception is that there is reference to public building in the statute, and there's also reference to funding, public funding. So a main housing project can be reviewed by the fire marshal's office. So I have been, the fire marshal's office wants to be part of a solution here. We understand this
That's
housing
your
issue.
reputation.
And the LD 1005 working group has a recommendation of expanding the plans review division in the fire marshal's office. Additionally, there's provisions in that working group to change the laws to give municipalities more authority under what's called a delegated review process. The department today would testify not for or against that because it's not in the budget. And the reason why it's not in the budget is because the LD working group was not completed in its analysis of what was needed at the time that the budget was prepared. So those positions weren't put in the budget, and therefore the governor didn't have an opportunity to make an assessment on that. So the working group recommends 4 positions in our office, 2 essentially to expand capacity. And in a theory where we got 4 positions, I would then assign 2 of those specifically to housing projects if we were to be granted this authority. What that does.
Finish your thought, no, please.
What that does across the state is it addresses some major concerns of the continuity of the review across the state and significantly eases the burden of municipalities conducting these reviews. Significantly, because when a code enforcement officer receives a project that's been permitted by the state fire marshal's office, they can take a breath and say, you know what, a technical plan reviewer has already looked at this project. And now I can focus on foundations, I can focus on energy code, and I can focus on everything that isn't life safety. That's what I would do.
Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in looking at this specific section, what we were trying to do is not make it so that we were trying to word it in the correct way to make sure that they weren't the final reviewer in the town, but also to get at the point, like my town doesn't allow 3-story buildings because we don't have a ladder truck. So to allow for that, but also, you know, kind of exempt those towns that can't meet that. So is there a way for us to fix that 1829 language to make it clear that that's what we're trying to do?
I think in my opinion here, change the word review to approval. I think that could be a very easy change here that would allow a municipality's fire official to approve of the project rather than conduct a technical review of the project. And I also, I'm not sure the section needs to be, this subsection may not be construed to add additional authority. I'm not sure that's necessary. But if there is a reference to MUBEC, it has to be coupled with a reference to NFPA.
Chair Gear.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this helpful direction that you just gave, because I think the idea of this being something that's done after someone is proposing a project, as opposed to, and I'm going to look to my planner friends, but really the idea that there are design standards that are set, if you have zoning in a comprehensive plan, that say within this zone, the design standards do not allow a building above a certain height because we don't have the fire capacity to service it. And that is known up front, so that you're trying to get at that problem before anybody's saying, hey, I want to build a 4-story building here where it's not allowed. And so to your point then, from your perspective, then would that approval even be necessary from the standpoint of if that's already in the zoning and land use ordinances of that community? Would that still be necessary in your mind?
I feel that the committee has given good recognition that the fire service plays a critical role in these tall buildings. And from my perspective, I would not be opposed to the words approval here of the municipal fire official. I think approval is much different than review. I think review could relate to technical review, which is governed by other statutes that quite frankly are much more complex than this.
Yeah, I think our intention has been to find a way to incentivize affordable housing and by giving them another floor essentially, but recognize that if that town can't do that because of their fire safety, then we don't want to do that. We're not trying to get my intention has never been to get into a higher level of review and staffing for that. So we're trying to keep it simple. And the keep it simple sounds like approval is what you're recommending. Okay.
I'm providing you the options, and the will of the committee is what it is.
That's what I'm hearing.
You ask an opinion, you're going to get it.
I asked. Chair Gear.
And then we would still you would be needing a requirement around MUBEC and NFPA standards. Would that still be necessary?
Definitely, because I feel that in order for a fire chief to look at a project and approve of it, they would want to make sure that they're referencing a national level code that they're familiar with. Now, if it says approved in here, it would be up to the municipality, in my opinion, to create a policy or guideline on what that approval looks like. But when we use the word review, it is very complex. And again, I would reference the LD 1005 working group report because that breaks down what a technical review is. So I would encourage the committee just to take a look at that. It's quite extensive.
Would you have any concerns if the approval was limited to when an additional height is being, like it's tied to the height question? And that we're not trying to add other approvals beyond the height or beyond what you already have, what fire chiefs and fire officials already have.
Yeah, I personally think that's a policy decision for the committee.
Okay.
I think this directly speaks to height. So
Yeah.
I think that would be the intent of the committee from my perspective. I will tell you, if a municipality wants to review a project, they certainly have the authority to create an ordinance and conduct reviews, knowing that there is statutory authority that the fire marshal's office has and a couple laws that they would have to comply with.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Fire Marshal. This is the first I'm hearing about the results coming out of 1005, LD 1005, which for the committee's review, that was a bill in CJPS that would allow municipalities to conduct sprinkler system reviews because there's a real, bottleneck, or it seemed like at the time. So it seems like you're coming to some solutions there. So we could avoid the need to further expand the fire marshal's office. You're not asking for more positions this time around, but perhaps next session. But just by saying approval here instead of review.
Well, I want to be clear that the working group in LD 1005 came back with the recommendations for 4 positions without conducting residential review. Meaning they looked at the capacity of the fire marshal's office and they looked at the sprinkler reviews, specifically recognized that it wasn't actually a bottleneck in sprinkler reviews. It was more of a bottleneck in construction permit delays.
Okay.
The office hasn't seen an increase in those delays in 20 years as far as staffing positions, but the workload has doubled, and we're reviewing approximately $2 billion worth of value of projects annually, and the department completely supports itself when it comes to revenue. So that 4-position recommendation was simply built to streamline or to increase decrease the delay in our office on construction permits from 6 weeks down to 2 weeks. So the recommendation of the committee stands, we need 4 positions. Where I feel I could help this committee is by looking at this housing issue and saying, if you want a review process on these large scale projects, and those we know that there's an inconsistency across the state as it relates to code enforcement. That's been very, very, very clear, very, very clear. That we could solve 2 birds with 1 stone by me, if I was to get those positions, I could assign 2 of those specifically to housing projects and sprinkler projects as they relate to housing projects to streamline those reviews.
Okay, but we don't need to, this isn't going to require more positions like what we've got here if we just say approval.
At the recommendation that I just provided with approval, I don't think this particular issue needs positions. I think the positions would be to address capacity within the office.
So thank you.
It's very helpful. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Thank you. Representative Gulick?
Can I just get clarity? It's been mentioned
Oh,
a few
I'm
times
sorry.
about the affordability. No,
Who's your
I
question
don't
to?
think I think it's from Fulton.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think she can, but thank you.
I was confused.
Is the height restriction restricted to just affordability? You mentioned even in the beginning, there was something that takes affordability out, so I'm trying to put
So
those two things.
this specific provision is in the law about affordability housing density. So I don't know if there's a height restriction in other areas of statute that apply to other construction of residential.
Okay.
This is strictly affordable housing, but
This is, so in order to get the height restriction in these towns, it would have to be strictly for affordable housing? Is that how
It-
this, that's what I'm trying to,
I don't know that. This is saying if it's affordable housing, you're allowed this height, additional height allowance.
can we figure out how to get some clarity around that or no?
On what the height allowance is for other housing within
Yeah.
a
Or
municipality.
if it's just for affordable?
This is just for affordable.
Okay.
I don't know if that may be a local control issue and not a state standard. This is setting a state standard for height allowance for affordable housing. So it may be that height allowance in general is on a local level, and someone else in the committee may know the answer to that.
Okay.
Representative Gallimore?
Thank you. Just to be clear, that this bill is not establishing this height thing that was established in 1829. What this is doing is clarifying, and there was a lot of discussion in 1829, if you remember, about what 1 story was. And this was to ensure that for the purposes of affordable housing, that a municipality could not restrict an additional story or up to 55 feet now, to clarify, because story is not defined anywhere in statute. That's why we had story or 14 feet. And I was told that this was only for affordable housing projects, or I never would have supported it in the first place.
It was an incentive
thank you for that.
to,
That's what I
incentive to
needed
add
to
a
hear.
floor for affordable housing is what it was. Great, let's continue.
So now we're going to move into subsurface wastewater disposal systems. So in the bill, so I'm on page 3, lines 31 through 34, and I believe this may appear in a couple places. So this is stating that a municipality may not enact an ordinance that sets minimum standards for subsurface wastewater disposal systems other than what is set by DHHS in their laws and rules governing subsurface wastewater disposal. And you heard quite a bit of testimony from the water districts on concern that this is too limiting. And my recollection of the testimony was that they needed the ability to protect, and they talked specifically about wells that are used for public water. And so there was a bit of testimony that the way this is worded may remove their ability to set higher standards in their effort to protect the public water system. And on the yellow sheet,
What page on yellow sheets?
it starts on page 4. The Sanford Water District testified about that. I recall others talking about it, and
We had two.
yep, Maine Water Utility Associations on page 7, their comments. As I said, it appeared in several places. So Town of Wyndham, Director of Planning, had some testimony on that as well.
Okay. And has any representatives of those organizations recommended any specific language or just exemptions for public water sources and wellheads?
I do not have it down here that there was specific language that was recommended. So based on this, I don't see anything.
Are there any members here in the room that are representative of folks who gave testimony, the water utility or the cities? Welcome. Well, thank you. If you could introduce yourself.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. My name is Ed Mollio. I am the Executive Director with the Maine Water Utilities Association. We do have some recommended language for this section as well as a few others where the similar language is implicated. I believe that's been provided to, I know at least Representative Mallon, but we can make sure that we
If you
get that
could
to you all.
get it to our analyst, then she will make sure it gets to all of us. So
Would it be helpful for me to read through?
Sure, go through. What section? Tell us what section you're talking about now.
Sure, we're talking about section 7.
Okay.
So we'd like to add to the beginning of that. Thank you. Except as provided herein. And then it goes on to say a municipal ordinance may not require minimum standards for subsurface wastewater disposal systems other than what's required pursuant to rules adopted by DHHS governing subsurface wastewater disposal pursuant to Title 22, Section 42. We then add, notwithstanding the foregoing, a municipality may require standards more stringent than what is required pursuant to rules adopted by DHHS governing subsurface wastewater disposal pursuant to Title 22, Section 42, if such standards are adopted for protection of a current or future source of public water supply as defined in 22 subsection 2641. This section also does not prohibit a municipality from adopting regulations pursuant to Title 22, 2642, or supersede any such regulations that have been enacted. We feel that this language would be sufficient to protect local protection that might exceed what DHHS has set out statewide.
The third one there sounded like a bit of a catch-all for if anything has been passed, the municipal ordinance has been passed at all. Can you speak to why you included that one? With that third, or actually, if you could restate it and help me to understand what you're
Sure. Could you ask that again?
So
I'm
you
sorry.
had what sounded like three clauses
Mhm.
in that, and the third clause was it looked like it was a grandfather, sounded like a grandfather. If a municipality had passed anything related to water protection, then that would supersede this. That they could keep that. Is that what you're arguing for?
It is, yes.
Okay. Can you argue for that?
Yeah, sure. So, we have some concerns that if development is allowed where, previously it has been prohibited because of concerns around source water, the quality of that source water could be compromised. The reason, or one of the benefits of having public water systems is that it does directly support housing density. And we feel that if that quality is compromised, it could certainly undermine that goal entirely.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing it. Right. Are there any questions?
Would it be helpful for me to share the other sections where we
Yeah, go ahead.
want
Go
to
ahead.
include
Thank
this
you.
language? All right.
Sorry, I forgot about that.
No, that's quite all right. In section 11, it has the same effect, and we've actually recommended similar language. I'm sorry, that's section 12.
Section 12. Okay.
Section 12 and section 18.
Yep.
We have a slightly different comment on section 11, which I can save till we get there if you'd like.
Did you mean section 18 or? So
12 and 18 have the same language
same
that I've
issue.
just referenced.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what was the last section?
Section 11, I have a different comment from
Oh,
the
so
association,
going
so
back
I
to
can
section
wait
11.
if you'd like.
No, I mean, if this is, those three issues are kind of philosophically, logically parallel, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I think we've had those questions answered. And your concerns around section 11.
Yep, under section 11, we go down to 2A and then point A underneath that. Just above point A, we would like to include some language that says this subsection shall not apply to areas where a municipality determines flooding or other natural hazards pose an undue risk to development, or in areas designated as source water protection areas for public drinking water supplies. Similar but different language than we talked about before. And then under A, it starts, if a lot is located in a designated growth area and is served by a public, we recommend striking special district or other centrally managed. And then just saying water system and a public, quote, including quasi-municipal sewer system. We want to make sure that we're including quasi-municipal because there are many different structures of water systems throughout Maine. They're not all entirely municipal.
Okay. Subsequently, what does the first part of that change, the special district or other centrally managed water system? You use different language in that. What subsequently does that do?
Sure. Our primary interest is in source water protection areas for public drinking water sources, or drinking water supplies rather. The beginning of that section, or those revisions that I had referenced, might be better addressed by Jessica, who actually spoke earlier, to talk a little bit about the other municipal concerns around flooding and natural hazards.
No, I'm sorry, I was staying on water. The first part of that in A,
yeah.
you redefined the, special district. You didn't use the language special district or other centrally managed water system.
That's another one where I might have to refer you to Jessica. Our concern was principally around making sure that the quasi-municipal systems were included here.
Okay. Representative Collmore.
Thank you. Would quasi municipal not be included under the language of other comparable sewer system? Because I think that was the idea, is to do, maybe this is a question for Ms. Westfall, because we were trying to capture anybody who was doing any kind of water or sewer work within a municipality, knowing that some have private.
So I was going to have a general discussion about both those phrases, public special district or other centrally managed and water or comparable sewer, for a variety of reasons. The first comment is they're changed throughout this chapter, not in the same way. So it's not clear why they're changed differently. First comment. Second comment is goes along with your comment, which is public. I think you want to be very clear in what you want to keep in there. So a public water district that's regulated by the PUC can be created by law, private and special laws. Like Monhegan has a corporation that used to have a corporation that managed their public water. Now they've transferred it to the municipality. So there's a lot of public and special laws out there that create water districts. I don't know about sewer districts, but let's assume they're similar, that basically manage the water or the sewer on behalf of the municipality. And I think you want to distinguish in this whole law when you want to apply, it applies when it's a public managed for public good for everyone. And then comparable could mean, and I think there were some comments by others, that comparable could mean a developer who puts in a water system or a sewer system, and it could be huge. And there was comments that do you want to require a municipality to allow for growth based on a sewer system developed by a developer, which isn't the septic sewer system developed by the municipality. So there's a lot, I think, revolved around those long phrases that are used throughout and the times they're changed. So that's a huge answer to your specific question. I do think the committee needs to, in each individual case, focus on what types of these water management do you want to include and exclude?
Great. Thank you. Representative Lookner.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So if we include in section 11, some of that language that you have proposed here, so that's basically for like housing along Sebago Lake, which is the source of drinking water for Portland Water District. Like not, you would exempt places like that. And also for like, you mentioned flooding, are you using the federal flood maps? I forget which like agency provides those, but is that the criteria that you're using are like federal flood maps?
And I apologize for some of the confusion I might have injected here. So I would like to refer to other folks that are in the room that might be better able to speak specifically to flooding. Our primary concern was around source water protection areas.
Right.
I'm sort of picking out the language specific to Maine Water Utilities Association from a coalition we've been working with. So,
okay. But so your concern would be like housing right along Sebago Lake or a place like that, which is a source of drinking water.
yes, any source. Yes.
Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Malio. Is it possible for you all as the Water District Association to provide a list of the various types of systems that exist and what kind of communities they serve, just to make sure that, you know, we're kind of trying to come up with language to describe this. Maybe you already have a list of what those types are.
It will be rather long. We'd be happy to provide that though.
When you say rather long, how long is rather? I mean, just trying to get like the buckets of like, what are there are these kinds of systems, there are these kinds of systems, there are these kinds of systems. Is that a feasible ask?
Okay,
Or
let me see what we can get for you.
yeah, just trying to understand the world, and then we can say, oh, we want to exclude types, 3 and 4, and we're really talking, whatever it is, it would just help us, I think, get our heads around it. Thank you.
And just to be clear, that's count and by type. Did you have any other specific data you're looking for?
It's really the categories of systems based upon the sort of ownership, I think is the one thing, sort of who owns the system. And then it's managed on behalf of what? It sounds like there are some systems that might be managed on behalf of a private entity or something like that, versus we're really looking at, communities and who is managing how their water and sewer services are being managed. So it's community type and ownership. I think those are the two dimensions I'm trying to get at. Am I?
Or private and private and public might also,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, it's.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And so I invited a couple folks up
Yeah.
as you're continuing through the bill. So let's
Nope.
keep going.
It actually, my next comments were going to be at the top of page 4. And it had to do with, subsection B. It talks about public water system and public sewer system. The prior language had included centrally special district or comparable. So that's a place where it used to say the long phrase, special, comparable, public special or other comparable, and special or centrally managed. And that was changed in here. Question 1 is does the committee agree that it should be limited? And if so, limited to what? Because I don't think served by public water system, a public sewer system is going to be the phrase that you're going to use to be clearing all of that.
Great.
Next, we're going to move to 4364.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you. Along those lines, would it be beneficial potentially for us to have a definition of what in this section public water system means? And then we don't have to keep telling it what it means all the way throughout?
Absolutely. I have started to look at the definitions in the public utility chapter of law to see how they define it. But absolutely, I think defining it somewhere may be the way to go. Yeah. So that were the those were the changes to 4364, which, as I said, had to do with affordable housing density. And I just do want to point out that I did kind of breeze through the changes to 4360, the rate of growth ordinances that had to do with the percentage, the 104. I'm back on page 2. Sorry to go back, but the one, I wasn't sure you were going to call people up. But on page 2, you had the percentages of 105 every 10 years, changed to 130% every 5 years. There was a lot of comments about that, and just we've moved past it, but I don't know if you want to talk about that since we're going page by page.
I would be happy to go back on that. We've had some recommendations on 4360 and rate of growth ordinances. I'd be happy to invite the gentleman, I think was it if you could, whoever would be the most relevant person to come up. Thank you. I'm sorry, I blanked on your name. I apologize.
Hi, Jimmy Dillman, the town of Brunswick, principal planner. So we understand that the city of Westbrook has some recommendations they've put together as well about amendments to the bill. So we're particularly interested in clarifying some of the language in section 2, starting with the differential ordinances. As drafted, the bill references the growth in rural areas, but does not address other areas like transitional areas that are referred to in the Growth Management Act. So we're proposing language that clearly allows municipalities to set different limits.
Do you have a stack? Is that what I'm seeing of? Do you have anything to pass out?
The amendments, sure. It was already shared as testimony, so you probably already have it in your packet, but I'm happy to pass it out. It's probably easier to just pass it out.
If you have it, we'll take it because it's gotten large. Thank you very much.
So I'll go on kind of explaining as that's handed out. So we're proposing language that clearly allows municipalities to set different limits on areas outside the designated growth area, as well as to adopt a rural-only rate of growth ordinance, just to reiterate that it's not just necessarily a town-wide rate of growth ordinance that's needed. And then further, Our other concern having to do with the rate of growth provisions relate to the rate of growth metric, which we feel may unintentionally penalize communities like Brunswick that have experienced rapid recent housing growth. So we're offering two alternatives, and I think we're also supportive of Westbrook's recommendations, but I did want to list ours. One option limits the 130% 5-year average requirement to just the designated growth area only. And the other option would be to bifurcate the metric so that it focuses the 130 5-year average in growth areas while applying the current 105% 10-year average to areas outside the growth area.
So the two things go longer than the 5 years, and then to change the percent and and how we deal with growth areas versus the non-growth areas.
Yeah, particularly just making sure we're not increasing the cap on areas outside the growth area.
Okay. There are questions?
And the city of Westbrook may want to add.
Yeah, I'd be happy to invite them up. Chair
Actually,
here.
and I would like your perspective on the concept of the transitional area, which is in fact in statute and part of the Growth Management Act. So the theory, taking it into what effect it would have in my mind is you have a designated growth area or areas where you are doing intentional growth and everyone knows that and you're setting your ordinances accordingly. And then the transitional areas, to me, there's two ways to address that, right? One is to say the density is different. This is to say you can have a different growth cap there, a growth cap that limits the growth there more so that you would then be incentivizing development more in the growth area itself. Am I stating that in a way that makes sense? And again, that even applies then with the rural area, then
Right.
you want even less.
Exactly.
So to maintain that mechanism specifically with regard to what you're referring to as intentionally as your transitional area.
I think that's well said. I think it's about being intentional and it further focuses growth on within the designated growth area by that. So.
And can I ask you just to follow on for that? For me, it's always an interesting concept to say referring to prior growth, because you could be a town that has done no growth in your transitional area. So is there a different way that we should be thinking about this where we're saying to towns, you really need your housing to address the needs of your community. Whatever you've done in the past, you need to be thinking about, are you creating the housing that you need to meet your goals, to meet the needs of your community? Is there a different way to do this other than referring to the immediate past history?
I don't know if I have an easy answer for that. I don't know if my colleague here may want to weigh in also, or the city of Westbrook. I don't think there's a simple answer, honestly. Yeah, I'm not sure I can answer the question at this time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And I'll actually invite your colleague up next. Any thoughts on that particular question of not basing it off of current history, which may have been wildly, building a ton, or may have been negative growth?
Thank you, Chair Curry. I'm Steve Weems. I'm a town councilor in Brunswick. And my esteemed colleague, our principal planner, I think is constrained by what he's been authorized to say by the town management. I am not so restrained, and I did have an idea in response to your invitation to come up with an alternative metric a week or so ago. And that is to base it simply on a town's population. For example, if the metric was you have to allow under a growth cap, a minimum amount of growth under one of these situations that has a rate of growth ordinance to 1% of your actual population, it would be fair to all communities because it would be the same metric for everyone. It wouldn't be based on your recent experience. It would be based on how big you are. In the town of Brunswick, for example, that would require us to have currently about 220 units per year minimum under a rate of growth ordinance. So it was just a simple idea. That's about all I have to say about it. It's based on something that's widely available and spreads the burden out equally across all of the state that has a rate of growth ordinance. It doesn't penalize those communities like Brunswick, like a lot of southern Maine communities that have had really runaway growth recently. And it just kind of untethers them from that phenomenon and puts it on the base of how big they are. You got to have a certain amount of growth at a minimum.
Representative Callamore, thank you.
Thank you. I like the idea of the percentage of population. I have concern because population includes kids and not everybody's having kids. So if your population is growing, your housing might be growing, but your population may not be growing at the same rate because you're not having as many kids now that we used to. But what would we pick for the year? Like, what's the starting point? Because it's 1% of your population at what starting point? Are we going by the 2020 census? Are we going by an earlier census? That would be, what would your recommendation around that be if we were to choose that as the metric?
Thank you. I think I'll leave that more to the committee than my summations about it. But the most reliable, as recent as possible number.
Yeah.
That would certainly be a decennial census number. It might be a number in, an interim number in between if it was from a reliable U.S. government source.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll ask representatives from Westbrook. Well, thank you for engaging with us on all this.
Thank you very much. Again, Jenny Franceschi from the city of Westbrook. After the meeting, we had heard all of the feedback from the various stakeholders, and Scarborough expressed, I think, the greatest concern with the number being at the 130% and the compounding effect of that with how much that their rate was growing. Their recommendation was to go back to the 105 in 10 years, but make sure that we are incorporating in the words into the document of putting in designated growth areas into the differential ordinances, and as well as what we've heard is to also put in transitional zones as well. The recommendation for number 3 is to make all those provisions be specific to growth areas. Is that if you want to have a rate of growth ordinance in a growth area, that section 3 would apply to your growth area. We're suggesting a new section 4 that would be for all other areas. And we're not being specific to that, but it would encompass your rural and your transitional so that those communities can then assume what they feel is the level of growth that their community can bear based upon their resources, their human capacity of their public services department. So those were the recommendations that were being provided on behalf of those communities.
Thank you. Questions? I don't have any. Thank you. Let's keep going.
All right. So that was a lot of the conversation of 4360. We did 4364. So that we started 4364A, which starts on page 4, and that is the section of statute that talks about residential areas and sets the housing at 4 units. And you already heard some testimony about this, including excluding or exempting flood areas, and the testimony you just heard was other hazardous areas and where there's water, source water. Section A was a bit of a rewrite of the existing statute So it looks like it's all new, or it's looks more of a substantial rewrite than it is. But basically it allows the minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet and 1,250 square feet of lot area per dwelling unit for the first 4 units. It removes from the statute what happens after 4 units. So the statute currently said 5,000 additional square feet for subsequent units. So that, I just wanted to note that it takes out the standard for what happens above 4 units. Section B, so there was
And the net effect of that by doing that.
It allows a municipality to have, it allows a municipality to set its own per lot unit dwelling number at whatever they see, whatever they desire. So
They could say 10,000 square feet
right,
for the next.
exactly. So it just focuses this limit on the first 4 units.
Okay.
And I will point out, so section A is designated growth area plus served by public water and sewer. And I'm using public water and sewer as an abbreviation for those longer phrases.
Yeah.
Section B is, it's outside the growth area, but in an area served by public water and sewer. And as you just heard, there is some discussion and some comments about just having these restrictions for designated growth areas. Don't have restrictions when it's outside a designated growth area, but it has public water and sewer. So that's, just wanted to throw that out as kind of a global, affects more than just this provision, comment that you have heard. And I already made the comment earlier about how it changes how we're talking about public water and sewer. So that is an issue in this subsection. And it changes the per unit limit. So it now may not require more than 5,000 square feet of a lot area per dwelling unit for the first unit. And then it raises it to 10,000 for 2 units within a single structure. So there is a bit of a change in this about what the limits are allowed and how they're allowed.
Okay.
And then section C is talking about all those other areas. Well, sorry, in a growth area, but not public water and sewer. And it adds the language about referencing the density requirements are calculated based on DHHS Title 22, Section 42. And I don't recall, and I included that section of statute in the orange packet because it has to do with subsurface sewage disposal and subsurface water disposal systems. And it's tying the density requirements to the DHHS standard, and you heard testimony of how the DHHS standard may not be protective enough of all areas of the community. So I just wanted to highlight that. I don't think.
Can I ask our water district expert to come back up? Hi there. Thank you for being available.
So that, and what's interesting is this is if it's in a designated growth area, but doesn't have public sewer system, but it sounds like it has public water.
We're on section C, page 5 of the bill. I don't know if that's something you can share. If
It's this section about, and it says here, not, so it's in a designated growth area without public sewer, and the density requirements relate to dwelling units per lot are tied to the DHHS rules governing subsurface wastewater disposal. It used to be, I believe in the old statute, it referred to, the old statute referred to Title 12, Chapter 423A, which sets the lot at 20,000. So we're not talking, that's what
the amount of size you would need to have
Yes.
a septic system.
Yes, and it's takes that reference out and replaces it with a reference to DHHS standards.
I understand this wasn't something your organization had a position on, but since I don't know if you have anything that you can educate us as to why that might be the best way to go or not.
In this particular area, I'm not sure I do. I'd be happy to follow up.
If
I'm
you-
encouraged that we're going to have more than one work session on this one, so
So am I. Thank you.
thank you for
very
flagging that.
much.
So section 12 on that page, we've already talked about because it from the water district perspective, and you've already heard comments on that. Section 13, which is planning board approval not required. So existing law is planning board approval is not required for 4 or fewer dwelling units, and it's changed to it's not required for 4 or fewer dwelling units within a single structure. Just pointing that out to you. I don't have any comments, but it is a change that you might want to be aware of and understand. Section 14 expands, talks about where uses are permitted, and it defines what a multi-unit is. So it said located on the same lot as a single-family dwelling unit or multi-unit, and it's defining multi as 2-unit or 3-unit. And that is possibly to make sure that we're not talking a 10-unit structure. Then, so that's, let's see. That same change is made, or similar change is made at the top of page 6 in subsection, in section 17, which are the restrictions of ADUs. And so it's saying at least one accessory dwelling unit must be allowed on a lot where there's a single family dwelling unit. And this is saying it must be allowed on a lot, single family or 2-unit or 3-unit residential structures. So that's expanding that requirement. Section 18, we've talked about. Sections 20, 19, 20, 21. Well, 20 and 21 have to do with childcare facilities, and they seem fairly straightforward. And the next changes are in sections 4401 and 4402, which are the parts of statute that have to do with subdivisions and the exceptions in subdivision law. It changes some dates, and I mentioned earlier, some of the date changes might need to be, might not work from technical reasons. And this September 24, 2025 is one of those situations. It adds a provision in here for municipalities that have a conflicting definition of subdivision and how you notify the public by filing it with the Registry of Deeds. I think that used to be in statute. It was removed in 1829, so this puts it back in. And then, yep, and then the next, and I'm gonna go back to my blue sheet. Because I'm done going through the pages, but I have just
1 second, Representative Cullimore.
Could that be where the mandate is?
actually, yes, I did write, is that a mandate?
Because we could go back to 200 years ago and make sure it's not a mandate.
I have not looked at this closely enough to say, all right, are there mandates in here? Because what a mandate is can change. I'm getting to the end though. Effective dates. There are several effective dates and application dates, and those appear in section 25. And I've laid them out for you on the second page of my blue bill analysis, just so you know what they are. For example, the rate of growth caps, the changes to 4360 are effective January 1 of 2028. Some of the other effective dates or application dates are the tiered ones, depending on how the municipality it changes ordinances. And then there's a few that have, under the law, have emergency enacted dates. which relate to the fire protection, the childcare services, and the two changes to the definitions of subdivision. And I wrote emergency, but I think that probably should be saying a normal effective date.
Which is 90 days.
Right.
90
after-
days post.
Well, no, wait,
adjournment.
this is, no, this is an emergency bill, so they are emergency. If this passed as an emergency, those would go into effect once signed or
Okay, so
goes
those
into
are
law. Yeah.
90 days post adjournment. Not 90 days
Right.
immediately.
And the rest of my bill analysis, we've pretty much covered. So that is a very quick walkthrough of the bill.
Okay. Just as process goes, we're still winding our way through this. I wanted to, I have another person I wish to invite. Was there anyone else that was looking to invite someone up to speak? I was gonna ask for a representative from the Maine Municipal Association.
Thank you, Senator Curry.
Thank you. What have we missed in terms of what we're working on? And
There's so much, and we really appreciate you all taking the time to look through the provisions, and we have tried to combine some of them. We've shared a document with you that combines, I think, some of the concerns about fire protection and water. The question earlier about the flood, I think Representative Lookner asked about the floodplain.
Yeah.
It is difficult to narrowly define it as that because there are a number of different ways in which communities designate sort of those emergency areas. So one of the things that we suggest is just sort of doing a crosswalk with the climate action plan and the resilience plan, because that identifies some of those vulnerable areas where you would potentially not want to, say, for example, coastal shorelines that are prone to flooding. They may not be designated as a floodplain in the current map because those maps are so slow to be updated. And we may want to have some sort of cross-referencing to the climate plan to make sure that we're not intentionally driving housing into areas that are vulnerable from the climate perspective, which is also something that the state is working on. I think other than that, I think you've covered most of the other challenges that we saw in the language. So.
Okay. Representative Cullimore?
Thank you. I just have one concern with that, tying to that. We have a governor's race happening. That could go away. So if we tie it to that in statute, we could potentially tying it to something that could go away in an administration change. So is there a better thing for us to tie it to that isn't something that could change with administration?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. And I apologize. I don't know if I introduced myself for the members that I've not seen before. Tanya Emery from the Maine Municipal Association. What I would suggest is that we don't tie it to the exact plan, but that plan uses data sets. And those data sets are typically data that is available through, federal agencies or some other party, and that may give us the information to be able to say, okay, much like there are source water aquifer protection areas that are defined, we want to tie it to a specific designation. So it's not just willy-nilly, well, we decide everything is vulnerable and we're just going to slap it on everything. We want to make sure that it's correlated, not necessarily to the plan itself, but some of those underlying data sources that tell us what areas are vulnerable and what areas are challenging.
Okay. Please sit.
Okay, so I'm still concerned because data changes all the time.
Yep.
And so, for example, my hometown had a major flood in the 80s and it went really far away from the river. Like we never would have expected the rise that happened there. It wasn't just my town, it was everywhere along this.
County?
Well, mine was in Somerset County, but it was a huge, our manufacturing facilities were underwater. We still have, well, they've renovated now, so it's gone. But when I worked there in the manufacturing place, we still had the flood line mark on there. And it was, I could stand on myself 3 times and still not hit it.
Yeah.
So, but that data is not included in this last data thing because a lot of it has been focused around the ocean, which I get why, but we have rivers and we have ice jams that happen and they may not be quite as frequently, but they do. Skowhegan goes underwater all the time. And that's not necessarily in what they call the scared area, which they should.
Thank you, Representative. and having worked for over a decade in downtown Bangor, where we have streams that cause flooding with ice jams, it's a very complicated problem. So we'd be happy to take some time before the next work session to sort of look around and see what are those areas that are vulnerable that we might want to consider. We just wanted to try to put some sort of language around it, because if we leave it very broad, it could be interpreted as a way for communities to prevent the housing growth and development that we are trying to encourage in a concerted and intentional way. So we'd be happy to do that work and work with some of our other partners.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just following on from that, because, you know, if we can identify if it's the floodplain management, the most recent, whatever you got kind of thing, you know, at least specific sources
Yes.
because there are efforts, not only Maine, but, you know, who knows what's happening nationally, but hopefully that they would be continue to update those flood vulnerable zones, whether they're riverine or whether they're on the ocean. Identifying those specific sources.
Yeah.
Best case. I mean, there's
Sure.
no perfect solution. And the same thing I would say around the source water protection areas. Like if we've got maps or clearly a way at least to do our best job of identifying that, that would be the specific language that I think would be super helpful.
Great. Thank you very much for that. We'll do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's more of a general comment, and I know we're gonna probably table it soon. I just want to be clear to anyone who's listening and to the committee that my perspective when looking at this bill, which to be honest, I kind of liked as is, I thought it was a really good, well-crafted piece of legislation, is that I want us to be focusing on how we make LD 1829, which we passed in this legislature, as workable as possible through the technical fixes and clarifications we need. And I want to make sure that what we don't end up doing is relitigating the substance and the policy objectives of LD 1829, which I think was important and groundbreaking legislation born out of the housing crisis that we face that does not exist solely within municipal borders. So I'm going to look at every proposal with an open mind. I want to be very clear about that. People have worked together thoughtfully, whether I end up agreeing with their proposals or not. I'm not going to rule anything out, but I want to make sure that we are working, because I know I will be working with that framework in mind. I will not end up supporting a version of this bill that turns out to be that a drastic move away from the policy that we passed last session. So that is my editorial comment.
Thank you. Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will add to that. I think it would be helpful, at least what I would like to do is set out some of the specific areas that I know I have energy for. And I invited other members to do the same, but really around aligning and making consistent the dates. I think that's a really important exercise that we do to make sure things make sense. I think the issue around specifically floodplain management, however we define that, and source water protection are key elements of a fix that would address some of the concerns that have been raised. And then, you know, as you all have heard me ask some questions about, if we can get to a better way to make sure that the communities that are investing in growth, doing growth, and also are identifying areas for whatever reason, and we could all list off a bunch of reasons, that there are areas that are on water and sewer outside of an official growth area that need a different treatment. I want to find some language for that. And those are the three areas that I think are important to add to again, the really good substance of this bill and the important legislation it brings forward. Thank you.
Representative Callamore.
If we're ready, I'd like to make a motion to table.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. We have some language.
We have one language review that I have, and if Sophie appears from AFA before I'm done, she has some, but right now she's in AFA, so I'm not sure she's going to make it in time. So
Did you get a printout? We talked also.
Oh, right. Yes.
So let's, why don't we start with that?
Okay.
Let's start with that. So I became aware of an omission on the. Okay, I became aware of an omission that was on the budget report back that was requested, so I'm going to ask for and because the language wasn't printed up, I didn't bring it right back. It's been printed up, so I'm gonna ask that to be handed out. This is in relation to section RRR.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when we started the discussion on the budget, I mentioned to you and didn't follow up on language in part RRR about fees. The language in part RRR was on page 34, and it has to do with fees to operate a manufactured housing community, which was up to $60 plus an additional amount of up to $6 per manufactured home site. We had a discussion on Tuesday about, is this a major substantive or routine technical? And I explained that under the statute, if the law has a cap, it's routine technical. If the law doesn't have a cap, it's major substantive. The part RRR proposes to remove all reference to a cap and require the department to go through rulemaking to set the fees. One of the initiatives that you voted on is funded by this fee, and that is the new position for the Attorney General to assist MOCA in their efforts in a variety of areas. The concern is if you remove the reference to the fee in part RRR as proposed, and you require major substantive rulemaking, MOCA is not going to have a fee in place until well into the next session, which means that they don't have the funds coming in because you've gotten rid of this in the statute. So the suggestion of how to handle that is in front of you. One way to handle it is to give MOCA the authority to raise the fee from $6 per manufactured home. And I don't have the language in front of me. I think it's $16 per manufactured home for a limited period of time. So it's not a permanent raised increase to the fee. It's a temporary increase. It will allow MOCA to continue to collect fees for a period of time to fund the Office of Attorney General position. And the MOCA can either enact rules and come back and ask this law be changed, or do nothing, at which point they go back to the $6 per manufactured home site. So the proposal is that you amend part RRR in this way, and you just have to figure out what that end date is. How long do you want to give MOCA authority to raise the fee? And is $6, $16 going from $6 to $6. So in addition to the idea, the dates. are
I'll
part of the
ask,
discussion.
I'm gonna ask Mr. Hubble to come forward. Like I think you are the source of the dollar amount recommendation, and I just wondered where'd that come from, or?
Yeah, thank you. That is essentially an envelope calculation that we did a while back to figure out what
you need
the
for the
difference in
AG.
revenue would be to support that AAG position. Part of the reason the initial language didn't propose a set fee is we were assuming that just the permission to go ahead and adjust the fees to meet that would allow us time to come up with the exact figure. But given that that's not possible to do without going through major substantive rulemaking, this at least provides a stopgap that would allow that position to actually function in the meantime without taking away what I would understand would be an interest that the legislature has in actually what the fee structure is ultimately. So this seemed like it was a good intermediate solution to make sure that that position could actually function in the interim.
And since the date, right now, the copy we have just puts a 20XX on it. We don't have a date in there. Is there a date at which the next administration, we give time for the next administration to do what they need to do in terms of it? So this has a deadline date on it, ending June 30, 20XX. Is there a date that you would recommend?
Well, I mean, first, I must say, we would be happy without the sunset date, of course. I do that too. It's really more sort of a question of how much leeway the legislature would like to extend to MOCA to operate that way.
Gotcha. Representative Callamore.
Oh, sorry. I'll wait until you're done asking. I have nothing.
I don't have any more questions. I was ready for a motion. So.
I'll let somebody make a motion. Then I'll make my opinion.
And I'm just, I guess, just as more of a question for Lynn than Mr. Hubble. And major substantive rulemaking takes often, sorry, it's getting late in the day. How long does major substantive rulemaking usually take?
It takes months, partly because the rule has to be submitted to the legislature and you have to consider it. So when you're not in session, so they have to draft the rule, have a public hearing if they so choose, Attorney General review, then submit it to the legislature for a public hearing, work sessions, committee report out, goes to the floor to be voted and enacted. So it's months. You're talking well into next year.
So theoretically, if we wanted to not make this a top priority for MOCA to spend time and energy working on for the foreseeable future, we could say something like 2030. I mean, really put it out there, say, hey, get this position, get this fee change so you can fund the position and move forward and do it when it's a good time to do it, kind of thing. I'm going to suggest that.
Okay.
And move that we accept this amendment and with the ending date of June 30th, 2030.
Moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Representative Callamore?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make my opinion known now. I have two opinions. First of all, I still don't like RRR, so I will continue to not support the language. However, I'm really upset that we're making this proposal when the manufactured housing group is gone. That really, really bothers me. They're not in the room to tell us their opinion on this and whether or not this is an acceptable rate. When we had discussed this before, the idea was it was major substantive, and so it would come back to us, and that's what they left the room understanding. So I just want to make it very clear that I am a little perturbed that we're doing this without them in the room. Thank you.
Representative Julia, thank you.
I know it's late.
I did know your
I have two
name.
first names. I have two first names. It's hard. I get it. I just don't know. I would like to respond to that just a little bit. I totally understand what you're saying, Representative Callamore. I will say, as part of the study group and everything that was through the process of 1765, we worked pretty closely with manufactured housing like groups and people and representatives from that, and they were great to work with. And I think that we would have heard very vocally if there was a problem with this. I'm not saying we shouldn't wait to hear while they're in the room, but that was my experience. I had a really great experience working with them and developed a lot of really great relationships, and did not seem like negative feedback about that. But I'll let you come to those conclusions on your own as needed, but it was a good experience.
Excellent. Sorry. Responding to my email, evidently. Don't usually comment on people's comments. So with that, is any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion? And I think it's amending what we further amending it, the previous RRR. Yeah. All those opposed? That'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 opposed, and did I get 8? Is that where we are?
Representative Eater, did you vote in favor or opposed? Okay,
Opposed.
thank you.
Thank you. So 3 opposed and the remaining 4. 1, 2, 3. 7. 7-2. Okay, now, 7-3,
Yes.
thank you. And
Now
do you
language
have
review?
language?
I
Yes.
do. So Sandlin will, when she gets a chance, continue passing out. I tried to do this on Tuesday. This is the minority report on LD 1806, which establishes the rental registry. And the members on the report are Representative Gear, Golek, Luckner, Mallon, and Youssef. And I gave to you on Tuesday the bill. What I wanted to draw your attention to is the fiscal note for the Secretary of State's office. The fiscal note to run the registry and creates, I believe, 2 new positions is basically an ongoing general fund appropriation of just under $500,000. So if you do not have any other questions, then this will be ready to report out. And I did see Sophie here, so I believe she's ready
Okay.
for her.
I see
language
no
review.
questions or concerns. And you didn't get one of the, here, you could have mine. I'm on the minority report. Take that. Thank you. And welcome.
Glasses, not new, but glasses. No content, yes. I have
Welcome,
two
Ms.
language
Patton.
reviews.
Great.
First one is 2104, an act to clarify contractual rights of personal sportsmobile dealers. This was a unanimous ought to pass as amended. It incorporates the language provided by Bruce Garrity that mirrors language from the Maine automobile franchise law. First 2 pages are the amendment and then fiscal note, and then the last page is the vote sheet.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you. So no big changes or surprises or anything like that. It's just.
No, it
you
was the
showing
exact
us-
language that he provided. There were updates as the committee noticed that there was carryover language from the motor vehicle language.
Right.
But other than that, it's the exact same language that you saw at the work session.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Any concerns? Seeing none. Thank you.
Second one is LD 1908, an act to require cooperation of original manufacturers of electric devices to facilitate the repair of those devices by device owners and independent repair providers. There's 2 reports in the packet. One, the first couple pages are the majority report. Second couple pages is the minority report. Couple things to note. In the majority report, it adds the exemption for the water quality testing equipment that was provided from IDEX. And it also includes the language regarding print imaging devices in the parts pairing section, which was also mentioned at the work session. One thing that I did add was that there was no definition for print imaging devices. So that definition has been added. And the definition was pulled from the Pennsylvania statute that is where the language originally came from. And then I also wanted to note, if you'll see that it says amend the bill by striking out everything, and it is not a full strike and replace. That was a Ross decision because we had to move the chapter and section of law where this will go, and because of that, it became a strike and replace. But it is not. It is just incorporating those changes that I just went over with you, which is the IDEX language and then the parts pairing. And then the last page is the vote sheet.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anything I should know about the minority report?
No, the minority report was as you requested, which is the farm equipment removal.
Okay.
There's nothing major for on that end.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you.
Representative Julia.
I just would like to reconsider my vote. I
Okay.
don't know how to word that exactly, but. please.
A request to reconsider?
Mhm.
Okay, is there, Representative Julia would like to reconsider. All those in favor? Okay, we'll reconsider. LD 1908 and open up the work session for LD 1908. Do you have do you know what,
Yes,
are you making a
do.
motion for an amendment?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so, Sophia's passing out amended language, which is basically the, language from last year's committee's amendment. And then also removes the, private right of action. It is a way too late in the day to be doing this. Yes, would you mind? Thank you.
To further elaborate, so the yellow paper is the minority report from the Ideas Committee when they worked this. If you'll recall, members who were on that committee, the minority report defined personal electronic devices, and the bill only applied to personal electronic devices. So it alleviated the need to provide what isn't a covered device under the bill. And then also one change from that committee report is that, as Representative Julia said, the violation section is different. So it is not under the Unfair Trade Practices Act. It is rewritten just to provide that the Attorney General can enforce it, but there is no private right of action.
Representative Callamore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and please do not take this question as me trying to impugn your character, or what your motives or anything are. That's not, if I word it that way, we're all tired, it's late. I was tired after the budget. I recommended this session, and I'm wondering why now, after, and when we have no stakeholders here for it, we would be recommending this amendment now.
Do I answer that?
You don't, no one's ever required to answer a question from someone else. but
I'm
you're-
happy to answer.
You're welcome to answer it.
I don't have control over the time of day that this was done, definitely. But I wasn't on the IDEA committee, and when I had a chance to think about the content of of this year's bill, which is the only one I'd had exposure to, decided to reconsider my vote and discussed it with Sophia. And what I wanted to carry out with that bill just happened to be very similar to the language. And so when I don't remember you suggesting it, honestly, I might not have even been here. I love that you did. And if there's some way to let you do this, I'm totally fine with it. I don't know how that works, but this just happened to be in line with what I was interested in, and in the interest of her time and respecting her time, since this came about yesterday or the day before, this was what we went with. I hope that is an acceptable answer.
It is, as people, I think, know, it is always my intention that people can get on the report they want to get on. And as long as, we're not running into time issues of having to get things back to at the last minute, I'm always going to support a reconsideration. I'm going to try to support a reconsideration so people can get on the report. We start to get into issues as the weeks go on and we get closer to the end. Other than that, it's your report. So Representative Golick.
So we're just getting this amendment. Do we have any language review about what taking out the private right of action or taking it out of the Unfair Trades Act will cause? Because there was a lot of discussion about the need for private right of action.
I am not prepared to answer those questions. I would have to go back and look at my notes from the 131st when the IDEA committee worked this bill to look into the reasoning for the private right of action and implications of changing it out of that.
Okay, I just want to state that I can't be ready to change my vote without having some legal analysis.
I am fine. If people know where their votes are now, we will do it. If people don't know where their vote is and need that time, then I will entertain a table. But if you know where your vote is, let's be efficient and do that. So I'll just ask, are people comfortable knowing where your vote is now? Representative Mallon.
For the purposes of moving this process forward, since we are back to a non-motion, I move ought to pass as amended with what was presented to us by Ms. Patton as the majority report.
Moved and seconded. Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not be supporting the motion before us. I really hate that we're exempting farm equipment, so I'll restate that. I will be supporting the amendment proposed by Representative Julia. However, I would like to add in for educational purposes and not just sold at retail, because I don't want our schools to be excluded from being able to repair their equipment for any purposes that they need to do so, which was in my minority report before as well.
Is committee ready for a vote? All right. And I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Okay, for the motion ought to pass as amended, the Mallon amendment.
It-
Okay. Too late. Representative Mallon.
Yes.
Representative Golick?
Yes.
Representative Golick voting yes. Representative Youssef.
Yes.
Representative Youssef voting yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry voting yes. Representative Gear?
Yes.
Representative Gear voting yes. Representative Collmore?
No.
Representative Collmore voting no. Representative Walker?
No.
Representative Walker voting no. Representative Lookner?
Yes.
Representative Lookner voting yes. Representative Julia?
No.
Representative Julia voting no. And Representative Eater?
Nay.
Representative Eater voting nay. So that's 1, 2, 3, 6 in favor. And
6 in favor and 4 opposed.
And the
What
nine-
is the report of Representative Collmore?
Thank you. My report is ought to pass as amended with the Julia amendment and including the educational language.
Representative Walker? Agreed? Representative Julia?
Yes.
And Representative Peter?
Yes.
And I will also ask the clerk to make sure to email folks. They have until Monday to the Monday
Yes,
noon in order to record their votes. This might not be on people's radar, so if you could reach out. Representative Collmore, were you trying to add something else or just that same thing? Okay. Yeah. And with that, we will close that work session on LD 1908. Thank you. And are there any more language reviews? Okay, thank you very much. Motion to adjourn.
Scheduling for next week.
Oh, I don't think we do that here.
Oh, I'm just saying, when will we be?
Oh,
Tuesday, right? Just
Tuesday, Thursday
since
is,
we're, scheduling has now changed.
I
in terms
see.
of Things. I just want to make sure people are clear on when we're going to be here next.
I don't think it affected it only affected Wednesday. So.
Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't on mic. I just want to make sure that since there is now, I want everyone, make sure everyone knows that we have the flexibility to add more days and change things. So it's important to just pay attention on when we need to be here. And the next time we will need to be here for HED will be Tuesday.
Right. Representative Collmore.
Thank you. To add to that, if you add additional days, you will not get a quorum from our side. It will be a one-sided meeting. So I'll just put that out there, please. If you're going to do that, like way notice to see if we can do that. I saw that email and it made me panic because I remember last time.
Thank you.
Sorry, did we say, what did we say? Did we say anything about next Wednesday? Just
No, I've said
Okay.
nothing about
All right,
next
great.
Wednesday. Yeah. So with that, motion to adjourn.
So
In
moved.
favor?